Chapter 1: The Seed of Doubt. The desert wind howled a mournful dirge, a constant companion in this forsaken corner of the world. It whipped sand against my meager dwelling, a small, crumbling structure of sun-baked mud bricks that offered little protection from the elements. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust and despair. My name is Elias, and I am a shepherd. Or rather, I was a shepherd. Now I am simply a survivor, clinging to the tattered remnants of a life that once held purpose, if not joy. My hands, calloused and cracked from years of tending sheep under the unforgiving sun, trembled as I poured a meager amount of water into a chipped clay bowl. It was the last of our reserves, and I knew we would have to venture out soon, deeper into the desolate wilderness, in search of a spring, a quest that was often more akin to chasing mirages than quenching thirst. "Father," my daughter Sarah, her face gaunt and her eyes too large for her small frame, looked at me with a desperate plea. She was barely 7 years old, and the harshness of this life had already etched its mark upon her. I hated it, this land, this existence that stole the innocence from children and turned men into shadows. "Drink, little one," I said, my voice rough from disuse and the constant inhalation of sand. I handed her the bowl, averting my gaze as she lapped at the water with a frantic eagerness that tore at my heart. My wife, Miriam, lay weak on a woven mat in the corner, her breath shallow and ragged. The fever had taken hold days ago, and despite my prayers, despite my desperate attempts to cool her brow with damp cloths, it refused to release its grip. I am a man of faith, or at least I was. Raised in the traditions of our ancestors, I knew the scriptures, I observed the Sabbath, and I offered sacrifices at the temple in Jerusalem whenever I could afford the arduous journey. I believed in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I believed in his covenant with his chosen people. I believed in his promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. But now, as I watched my wife slowly fade away, as I saw the hunger gnawing at my daughter's fragile frame, I found myself questioning everything. Where was this God of mercy and compassion? Where was the promised abundance? Why had he abandoned us to this desolate wasteland? The questions gnawed at me, a corrosive acid eating away at the foundations of my belief. I tried to silence them, to push them back into the dark recesses of my mind, but they persisted, growing louder with each passing day. The priests preached of unwavering faith, of trusting in God's divine plan, even when faced with suffering and adversity. But their words rang hollow, empty platitudes that offered little comfort to a man watching his family wither and die. I remembered the stories my father used to tell me, tales of miracles and divine interventions, of the parting of the Red Sea, of manna falling from heaven, of the walls of Jericho tumbling down. Were those just stories? Fables designed to instill hope in the hearts of a downtrodden people? Or were they real events, testaments to a God who had somehow forgotten us? I looked at Sarah, her small hands clasped together in prayer, her eyes fixed on the crude wooden crucifix I had carved for her. "Please, God," she whispered, "make Mama better." Her innocent faith was a sharp rebuke to my growing cynicism. How could I shatter her belief, tell her that her prayers were likely to go unanswered? How could I explain the unexplainable suffering that surrounded us? But the silence that followed her prayer was deafening. The wind continued to howl, the sand continued to sting, and Miriam's breath continued to rattle in her chest. There was no divine intervention, no miraculous healing, no sign that anyone was listening. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that seemed almost mocking in their beauty, Miriam's breathing became shallower still. Her skin was clammy, and her eyes were glazed over with fever. I held her hand, her fingers thin and frail, and whispered words of comfort, words that I no longer believed myself. "Elias," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "Take care of Sarah, promise me." "I promise," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "I will always take care of her." Those were her last words. She closed her eyes and her breath ceased. The silence that descended upon the small dwelling was absolute, broken only by the soft sobs of my daughter. I held Miriam in my arms, her body limp and lifeless, and I wept. I wept for her, for Sarah, for myself, and for the loss of my faith. In that moment, as the darkness enveloped us, I felt a profound sense of abandonment. I felt utterly alone, adrift in a sea of despair, with no hope and no comfort. I buried Miriam the next morning, under a pile of stones in the barren desert. It was a simple grave, marked only by a small wooden cross that I fashioned from scraps of wood. Sarah helped me, her small face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with a grief that no child should ever have to experience. After the burial, we returned to our dwelling, the silence heavier than before. Sarah sat quietly on the mat, clutching her crucifix, her eyes fixed on the ground. I knew I had to do something. I had to find a way to survive for her sake. But the task seemed impossible. We had no food, no water, and no hope. That night, as I lay awake, staring at the dark ceiling, I made a decision. I decided that I could no longer rely on faith. I decided that I had to take matters into my own hands. I decided that I would do whatever it took to protect Sarah, even if it meant abandoning the beliefs that had guided my life. The seed of doubt had been planted and it had taken root. It would grow, twisting and contorting my soul, shaping me into something I never thought I could become. I was no longer the faithful shepherd, the devoted husband, the obedient servant of God. I was something else entirely. I was a survivor. And I would survive for Sarah, even if it meant defying God himself. The next morning, I woke before dawn, my mind already racing with plans. I knew that we couldn't stay here, in this desolate place that had claimed Miriam's life. We had to find water, we had to find food, and we had to find a place where we could rebuild our lives. I looked at Sarah, still asleep on the mat, her face pale and drawn. I gently stroked her hair and she stirred, opening her eyes. "Father," she said, her voice small and uncertain. "Come, little one," I said, forcing a smile. "We have a journey to make." I gathered our few remaining possessions, a blanket, a water skin empty, of course, a small knife and Sarah's crucifix. I slung the blanket over my shoulder and took Sarah's hand. Together, we stepped out into the dawn, leaving behind the grave of Miriam and the ruins of our former life. We walked for hours, the sun beating down on us, the sand stinging our faces. Sarah stumbled often, her small legs struggling to keep up. I carried her for a while, but my own strength was failing. We were both exhausted and thirsty, and the landscape offered no respite. As the day wore on, my despair began to return. I wondered if I had made the wrong decision, if we were simply walking to our deaths. Perhaps it would have been better to stay in our dwelling, to wait for God to provide. But then I looked at Sarah, her face determined, her eyes fixed on the horizon, and I knew that I couldn't give up. I had to keep going for her sake. Late in the afternoon, as we were about to collapse from exhaustion, I saw something in the distance. A cluster of palm trees shimmering in the heat haze. An oasis. Hope surged through me, a powerful wave that washed away the despair. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her forward, urging her to keep going. As we drew closer, I could see that the oasis was more than just a few trees. There was a spring, bubbling with clear, cool water, and there were people. A small group of travelers camped around the spring, their camels grazing nearby. We had found salvation, or so I thought. This oasis, this seeming paradise in the midst of the desert, would prove to be the beginning of a new chapter in our lives, a chapter filled with both hope and peril, a chapter that would test my newfound resolve and force me to confront the darkness that was growing within me. The seed of doubt had been planted, but it was the events that unfolded at this oasis that would truly allow it to blossom into something monstrous. This place would change everything. Chapter 2: The Serpent's Tongue. The sight of the oasis was like a mirage come to life. My parched throat tightened, and my weary legs found a new reserve of strength. I practically dragged Sarah towards the palm trees, the promise of water driving us forward. The travelers, a mixed group of men and women dressed in rough-spun robes and turbans, looked up as we approached, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. As we neared the spring, the sound of bubbling water was almost deafening. I dropped to my knees, cupping my hands and drinking deeply, the cool liquid a balm to my burning throat. Sarah followed suit, her small hands trembling as she drank. We drank until we could drink no more, until our stomachs were full, and the thirst that had plagued us for days was finally quenched. Once we had recovered, I approached the travelers, bowing my head in a sign of respect. "Peace be with you," I said, my voice still hoarse. "My daughter and I are travelers, lost and weary. We ask for your hospitality." A tall, imposing man with a weathered face and piercing eyes stepped forward. He wore a finely embroidered robe and carried a staff of polished wood. He seemed to be the leader of the group. "Peace be with you as well," he replied, his voice deep and resonant. "You are welcome to share our water and our fire. We are merchants traveling to Jerusalem." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," I said. "My name is Elias, and this is my daughter, Sarah. We are shepherds from a small village to the east. We lost our flock to drought and disease, and my wife has passed." The man nodded, his expression softening slightly. "We are sorry for your loss," he said. "We understand the hardships of this land. You are welcome to travel with us to Jerusalem. We can offer you food and protection." Jerusalem. The thought of returning to the city, to the temple, filled me with a strange mixture of longing and resentment. It was where I had once found solace in my faith, but it was also where I had witnessed the hypocrisy of the priests, the corruption of the wealthy, and the indifference to the suffering of the poor. Still, it was a place of opportunity, a place where I might be able to find work and rebuild our lives. "We would be grateful for your company," I said. "Thank you for your kindness." The man smiled, a rare and genuine expression that transformed his stern face. "My name is Caleb," he said, "and these are my companions. We are glad to have you with us." That night, as we sat around the fire, sharing a meager meal of dried dates and unleavened bread, I felt a flicker of hope rekindle within me. Perhaps, I thought, this was a sign. Perhaps God had not abandoned us after all. Perhaps He had sent these travelers to rescue us from our despair. Sarah, exhausted from the journey, fell asleep in my arms. I looked at her, her face peaceful and innocent, and I vowed to protect her, to ensure that she would never again suffer as she had suffered these past few months. Caleb sat beside me, watching the flames dance in the fire. "You have been through much," he said, his voice low and compassionate. "I can see the pain in your eyes." I hesitated, unsure whether to confide in him. But there was something about his demeanor, a quiet strength and a genuine empathy that made me trust him. "I have lost my faith," I confessed, my voice barely a whisper. "I no longer believe in the God I once worshipped." Caleb nodded, his expression unchanged. "Many have felt the same," he said. "This world is full of suffering and injustice. It is difficult to reconcile that with the idea of a benevolent God." "But what else is there?" I asked, my voice filled with despair. "If there is no God, no higher purpose, then what is the point of it all?" Caleb smiled, a knowing, almost secretive smile. "There are other powers in this world, Elias," he said. "Powers that are older and more potent than the God of Abraham." I frowned, confused by his words. "What do you mean?" "I mean that there are forces at work in this world that most people are unaware of," he said. "Forces that can grant you power, wealth, and influence beyond your wildest dreams." I scoffed. "You speak of magic and superstition," I said. "I am a man of reason. I do not believe in such things." "Do you not?" Caleb asked, his eyes glinting in the firelight. "Have you not witnessed things that defy explanation? Have you not felt the presence of something other in this world?" I hesitated. I had always dismissed such feelings as mere imagination, as products of fear and loneliness. But now, as I looked into Caleb's eyes, I wondered if there might be more to it than that. "Tell me more," I said, my curiosity piqued. Caleb leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "There are ancient spirits, entities that have existed since the dawn of time," he said. "They dwell in the shadows, waiting to be awakened. They can grant you power, but they demand a price." "What price?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. "Loyalty," Caleb said, "obedience, and a willingness to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals." I was silent for a long time, weighing his words. I had always believed in doing what was right, in following the commandments of God. But what if those commandments were wrong? What if the only way to protect Sarah, to ensure her survival, was to abandon my faith and embrace these darker powers? "What kind of power are we talking about?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Caleb smiled. "The power to control your own destiny," he said. the power to shape the world to your liking, the power to protect those you love from harm. He paused, his eyes fixed on mine. Think about it, Elias, he said. Consider the possibilities. You have lost everything. You have nothing left to lose. What do you have to fear? His words resonated with me, echoing the doubts and resentments that had been festering within me since Miriam's death. I had lost my faith, my wife, my livelihood. What did I have to fear indeed? I will think about it, I said, my voice barely audible. Good, Caleb said, rising to his feet. Rest now, Elias. We will speak again in the morning. He walked away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I looked at Sarah, sleeping peacefully in my arms, and I wondered what kind of world I was bringing her into. A world of faith and hope, or a world of darkness and despair. I knew that I was at a crossroads, a pivotal moment in my life. The choices I made in the coming days would determine not only my own fate, but also the fate of my daughter. That night I dreamed of serpents, their scales shimmering in the darkness, their tongues whispering promises of power and glory. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew that Caleb was right. There were other powers in this world, powers that were vying for my soul. The next morning, as we prepared to leave the oasis, Caleb approached me. "Have you made a decision, Elias?" he asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. I looked at Sarah, her face bright and eager, and I knew what I had to do. "Yes," I said, my voice firm. "I am willing to listen." Caleb smiled, a triumphant smile that sent a chill down my spine. "Excellent," he said. "Then let us begin." As we journeyed towards Jerusalem, Caleb began to teach me about the ancient spirits, about their rituals and their demands. He told me stories of men who had gained immense power through their pacts with these entities, men who had ruled empires, amassed vast fortunes, and lived lives of unimaginable luxury. I listened intently, absorbing every word, my mind racing with possibilities. I learned about the different spirits, their strengths and weaknesses, their likes and dislikes. I learned about the sacrifices they required, the oaths they demanded, and the consequences of breaking those oaths. The more I learned, the more I was drawn in. The promise of power, the allure of control, was intoxicating. I began to see the world in a new light, as a battleground between opposing forces, a place where anything was possible if you were willing to pay the price. Sarah, oblivious to the dark path I was treading, remained my anchor, my reason for pushing forward. I tried to shield her from Caleb's teachings, to keep her innocent and pure. But I knew that it was only a matter of time before she would be exposed to the darkness that was consuming me. As we neared Jerusalem, I felt a growing sense of anticipation. I was about to enter a new world, a world of power and danger, a world where I would have to make a choice between my soul and the future of my daughter. The serpent's tongue had whispered its promises, and I was ready to listen. The oasis had offered respite, but it was also where I had begun my descent. The journey was far from over. It had just begun. The seeds of doubt had not only been planted, but they were now sprouting, reaching deep into my soul. Caleb was merely the gardener, tending to their growth. The harvest, I feared, would be a bitter one indeed. Chapter 3. the city of shadows. Jerusalem loomed before us, a sprawling city of stone and secrets, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Its walls, ancient and imposing, seemed to rise directly from the earth, a testament to the enduring power of faith and tradition. But as we drew closer, I sensed a different kind of power emanating from the city, a darker, more subtle force that resonated with the teachings of Caleb. The air was thick with the smells of spices, incense, and refuse, a pungent mixture that assaulted the senses. The streets were crowded with people from all walks of life: merchants, pilgrims, beggars, soldiers, each pursuing their own agendas, each caught in the intricate web of Jerusalem's social and political life. Caleb led us through the bustling streets, his staff parting the crowds like the Red Sea. I followed close behind, Sarah clinging to my hand, her eyes wide with wonder and apprehension. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, a feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were scrutinizing our every move. We reached a narrow alleyway, dark and shadowed, where the sounds of the city faded into a muffled hum. Caleb stopped before a nondescript wooden door, knocking 3 times in a specific rhythm. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. A wizened old man with a long, white beard and piercing blue eyes stood in the doorway. He wore a simple linen robe, and his hands were gnarled and calloused. He looked at Caleb with a mixture of respect and apprehension. "Caleb," he said, his voice raspy, "you have returned and you have brought guests." "Greetings, Elazar," Caleb replied, bowing his head. "I have brought Elias and his daughter, Sarah. They seek knowledge." Elazar's eyes narrowed as he studied me and Sarah. "Knowledge is a dangerous thing," he said. "It can corrupt the soul." "Elias is strong," Caleb said. "He has suffered much, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to protect his daughter." Elazar sighed. "Very well," he said, "come in." He led us into a small, sparsely furnished room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient scrolls and dusty tomes. A single oil lamp flickered in the center of the room, casting long, dancing shadows. "This is my sanctuary," Elazar said. "Here I study the ancient texts, the secrets of the universe. Here I commune with the spirits." I looked around the room, my eyes scanning the shelves, drawn to the strange symbols and unfamiliar languages that adorned the scrolls. I felt a strange pull, a sense of connection to something ancient and powerful. "Caleb tells me you are interested in learning about the ancient spirits," Elazar said, his eyes fixed on mine. "I am," I replied. "I want to know what power they possess and what price they demand." Elazar nodded. "The spirits are powerful beings," he said. "They can grant you wealth, power, and knowledge beyond your wildest dreams. But they are also capricious and demanding. They will test you, they will tempt you, and they will ultimately claim your soul." "I understand the risks," I said. "I am willing to take them." Elazar studied me for a long moment, his eyes penetrating my very being. "Very well," he said. "I will teach you, but be warned, Elias. Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back." And so began my apprenticeship with Elazar, the old scholar and spirit guide. He taught me about the history of the ancient spirits, their origins, their relationships with humanity, and their role in the cosmic order. He taught me about the rituals and incantations necessary to summon them, the sacrifices required to appease them, and the precautions necessary to protect oneself from their wrath. The knowledge was overwhelming, a vast and complex tapestry of lore and legend. But I was a quick learner, driven by my desire for power and my determination to protect Sarah. I spent hours poring over ancient texts, memorizing incantations and practicing rituals. Caleb often joined us, offering his own insights and advice. He seemed to have a deep understanding of the spirits, and he was always eager to share his knowledge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was holding something back, that he had his own agenda. As I delved deeper into the world of the ancient spirits, I began to experience strange phenomena. I heard whispers in the darkness, saw shadows moving in the periphery of my vision, and felt a presence watching me. I knew that the spirits were aware of my presence, that they were testing me, probing my weaknesses. One night, as I was meditating in Elazar's sanctuary, I felt a powerful presence enter the room. The air grew cold, and the oil lamp flickered violently. I opened my eyes, and I saw a figure standing before me, shrouded in darkness. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The figure stepped forward, and the darkness receded, revealing a being of immense beauty and terrifying power. She had long, flowing black hair, piercing green eyes, and skin as pale as moonlight. She wore a shimmering gown of silver and black, and her presence filled the room with an aura of both seduction and dread. "I am Lilith," she said, her voice like the whisper of the wind, "and I have come to offer you a gift." Lilith, the name sent a shiver down my spine. She was one of the most powerful and dangerous of the ancient spirits, a being of immense knowledge and unparalleled power. She was also known for her cruelty and her insatiable hunger for souls. "What kind of gift?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. "The gift of knowledge," Lilith said. "The knowledge of the universe, the secrets of creation, the power to control your own destiny." "What is the price?" I asked. Lilith smiled, a chillingly beautiful smile. "The price is your loyalty," she said, "your obedience, and your willingness to do whatever I ask." I hesitated. I knew that making a pact with Lilith would be a dangerous game, that she would demand much in return for her gift. But I also knew that she was offering me the power I needed to protect Sarah, to ensure her survival. "I accept," I said, my voice firm. Lilith's smile widened. "Very well," she said, "then let us begin." And so began my pact with Lilith, a pact that would change my life forever. She taught me secrets that were forbidden to mortals, secrets that could grant me power beyond my wildest dreams. But she also demanded sacrifices, tasks that tested my morality and pushed me to the limits of my sanity. I kept my pact with Lilith a secret from Elazar and Caleb. I knew that they would disapprove, that they would try to dissuade me. But I was determined to protect Sarah, even if it meant sacrificing my own soul. As I grew in power, I began to attract attention. The wealthy and powerful of Jerusalem sought my counsel, offering me lavish gifts in exchange for my services. I became a respected figure in the city, a man of influence and authority. But with power came enemies, those who were jealous of my success, those who feared my abilities, began to plot against me. I knew that I had to be careful, that I had to protect myself and Sarah from those who would seek to harm us. One day, as I was walking through the city with Sarah, we were attacked by a group of masked men. They were skilled fighters, and they quickly overwhelmed my defenses. I fought bravely, but I was outnumbered and outmatched. As I lay on the ground, bleeding and bruised, I saw one of the men raise his sword to strike Sarah. I cried out in despair, knowing that I was powerless to protect her. But then a miracle occurred. A figure appeared from the shadows, moving with blinding speed and incredible strength. She dispatched the attackers with ease, her movements fluid and deadly. It was Lilith. She had sensed my danger, and she had come to my rescue. "You called," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I was speechless, overwhelmed with gratitude and fear. I had broken my pact with Lilith. I had failed to fulfill my obligations. I expected her to punish me to claim my soul. But instead, she smiled. "I am not here to punish you, Elias," she said. "I am here to protect you. You are my chosen one, and I will not allow anyone to harm you." She knelt beside me, healing my wounds with her touch. "You are stronger than you think, Elias," she said. "You have the potential to become a great leader, a powerful ruler, but you need my guidance. You need my protection." I looked at Sarah, her face pale with terror, and I knew that Lilith was right. I needed her power, her protection. I couldn't afford to lose her. "I am yours," I said, my voice filled with conviction. "I will do whatever you ask." Lilith smiled. "Good," she said. "Then let us begin." And so I renewed my pact with Lilith, embracing her darkness and surrendering my soul to her control. I knew that I was making a terrible mistake, that I was condemning myself to eternal damnation. But I was willing to pay any price to protect Sarah. As I stood in the city of Jerusalem, surrounded by shadows and secrets, I knew that my life would never be the same. I had entered a world of power and danger, a world where the lines between good and evil were blurred, a world where the only thing that mattered was survival. The city, once a symbol of faith and hope, had become a battleground for my soul. The serpent's tongue had not only whispered promises, but it had sunk its fangs deep into my heart. The harvest was coming, and it would be a harvest of darkness and despair. But I was ready. For Sarah, I was ready for anything. Chapter 4: The Price of Protection. Lilith's protection came at a steep price, a price that chipped away at my remaining humanity with each passing day. The masked men who had attacked us were revealed to be agents of a rival faction, a group of zealots who saw me as a threat to their power. They were led by a charismatic and ruthless priest named Zachariah, a man who preached fiery sermons against those who consorted with unclean spirits. Lilith instructed me to eliminate Zachariah and his followers, to crush their rebellion before it could gain momentum. It was a task that filled me with revulsion, but I knew that I had no choice. Zachariah represented a direct threat to my power, and more importantly, a threat to Sarah's safety. I summoned my growing network of contacts in the city, spies and informants who owed me favors, and began to gather information about Zachariah and his followers. I learned that they were planning a public demonstration, a protest against my influence and the corruption that was spreading through Jerusalem. Lilith advised me to strike first, to preempt their demonstration and eliminate their leadership. She provided me with the means to do so, a potion that could induce a deadly illness, a cursed dagger that could kill with a single touch, and a group of shadowy assassins who were utterly loyal to her. I wrestled with my conscience, torn between my desire to protect Sarah and my growing sense of moral decay. I had become a puppet of Lilith, a tool for her dark purposes. But I told myself that it was all for Sarah, that I was doing what was necessary to ensure her survival. I decided to use the potion. It was the least violent option, a way to eliminate Zachariah and his followers without bloodshed. I arranged for the potion to be slipped into their wine during a meeting, a subtle and discreet act of sabotage. The plan worked perfectly. Within days, Zachariah and several of his key followers fell ill, their bodies ravaged by a mysterious and incurable disease. The demonstration was canceled and their movement collapsed. The people of Jerusalem whispered about a divine curse, a punishment from God for their sins. I knew the truth, but I kept silent, allowing the rumors to spread. Fear was a powerful weapon, and I used it to consolidate my power. But the guilt gnawed at me. I saw the faces of Zachariah and his followers in my dreams, their eyes filled with accusation and despair. I tried to justify my actions, to convince myself that I had done the right thing. But deep down, I knew that I had crossed a line, that I had sacrificed my soul for the sake of power. Sarah, oblivious to the darkness that was consuming me, continued to be a source of light and innocence in my life. She was growing into a beautiful and intelligent young woman, her laughter a rare and precious sound in the midst of the city's chaos. I tried to protect her from the harsh realities of Jerusalem, to shield her from the violence and corruption that surrounded us. I enrolled her in a school for girls, where she learned to read and write, to sew and cook. I showered her with gifts, trying to compensate for the loss of her mother and the sacrifices I was making for her. But I knew that my efforts were in vain. The darkness was seeping into her life, contaminating her innocence. She saw the fear in the eyes of the people. She heard the whispers about my growing power, and she sensed the distance that was growing between us. One day, Sarah confronted me. "Father," she said, her voice filled with concern, "what is happening to you? You are not the same man I once knew." I tried to reassure her, to tell her that everything was fine, but she saw through my lies. "You are working with dark forces, Father," she said. "I can feel it. It is corrupting you." I was silent, unable to deny her accusations. "Is it for me?" she asked, her eyes filled with tears. "Are you doing this for me?" I nodded, my voice choked with emotion. "I am doing it to protect you, Sarah," I said, "to ensure that you will never suffer as we have suffered." Sarah shook her head. "I don't want your protection if it means sacrificing your soul, Father," she said. "I would rather be poor and vulnerable than live a life built on darkness." Her words struck me like a blow to the chest. I realized that I had been wrong, that I had been blinded by my own ambition and fear. I had thought that I was protecting Sarah, but in reality, I was destroying her. I decided to break my pact with Lilith, to renounce her power and return to the path of righteousness. I knew that it would be a dangerous and difficult task, that Lilith would not let me go easily. But I was determined to reclaim my soul, to become the man that Sarah deserved. I sought out Elias, the old scholar, and confessed my sins. He listened patiently, his eyes filled with sorrow and understanding. "You have made a terrible mistake, Elias," he said, "but it is not too late to redeem yourself. There is still hope for you." He instructed me to perform a series of rituals, to purify myself and sever my connection with Lilith. He warned me that Lilith would try to stop me, that she would tempt me and threaten me. But he assured me that if I remained strong and unwavering, I could break free from her grasp. The rituals were arduous and demanding, requiring fasting, prayer, and meditation. I spent days and nights in Elias's sanctuary, battling the darkness within myself and the external forces that were trying to drag me back into Lilith's embrace. Lilith appeared to me in my dreams, tempting me with promises of power and pleasure, threatening me with visions of death and destruction. She reminded me of the sacrifices I had made for Sarah, of the enemies who were waiting to destroy us. But I resisted her temptations. I held fast to my faith, and I continued to perform the rituals. Slowly, I felt the darkness begin to recede, the grip of Lilith loosen. The final ritual involved a sacrifice, a symbolic offering to the forces of light. Elias instructed me to sacrifice something that was precious to me, something that represented my connection to the darkness. I knew what I had to do. I took the cursed dagger that Lilith had given me, the dagger that had been used to kill so many innocent people, and I plunged it into my own chest. The pain was excruciating, but it was also cleansing. As the blood flowed from my wound, I felt the darkness leave me, the grip of Lilith finally broken. I collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When I awoke, I was in Elias's arms, my wound bandaged and my body weak but purified. "You have done it, Elias," Elias said, his voice filled with relief. "You have broken free from Lilith's grasp. You have redeemed yourself." I looked at Sarah, who was standing beside Elias, her eyes filled with tears of joy. I reached out to her and she took my hand, her touch warm and comforting. "I am sorry, Sarah," I said. "I have failed you, but I promise you I will never let the darkness consume me again." Sarah smiled. "I know you won't, Father," she said. "I believe in you." But our troubles were far from over. Zachariah's followers, though weakened, were still a threat. And Lilith, though no longer in control of my soul, was still a powerful and vengeful spirit. She would not let me go without a fight. The price of protection had been paid, but the debt was far from settled. The city of shadows still held many dangers. Chapter 5: The Zealot's Fire. My renunciation of Lilith and the restoration of my soul did not magically erase the consequences of my actions. Zachariah's remaining followers, fueled by fanaticism and a thirst for vengeance, saw me as a heretic who had blasphemed against God. They believed that Jerusalem needed to be cleansed of my influence, and they were willing to resort to extreme measures to achieve their goal. Eleazar warned me that they were planning an attack, a coordinated assault on my home and my allies. He urged me to flee the city, to take Sarah and disappear before they could strike. But I refused to run. I had spent too long living in fear, hiding from my enemies. I was tired of being a fugitive. I decided to stand my ground and fight. I gathered my remaining allies, those who had remained loyal to me despite my fall from grace. They were a motley crew of former thugs, disillusioned merchants, and outcast scholars, but they were fiercely loyal to me, and they were willing to risk their lives to protect me and Sarah. We fortified my home, turning it into a fortress. We barricaded the doors and windows, stocked up on weapons and supplies, and prepared for the inevitable assault. Sarah, though still shaken by my past transgressions, stood by my side, her faith in me unwavering. She helped me prepare the defenses, tending to the wounded and offering words of encouragement to the weary fighters. The attack came at night, under the cover of darkness. Zechariah's followers, armed with torches and swords, stormed my home, their faces contorted with rage and religious fervor. "Death to the heretic," they screamed, as they smashed through the barricades and poured into the courtyard. My allies met them with a hail of arrows and stones, repelling the first wave of attackers. But the zealots were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. They surged forward, pushing back our defenses and gaining ground. I fought alongside my allies, wielding a sword with a newfound ferocity. I was no longer driven by a thirst for power, but by a desire to protect Sarah and to atone for my past sins. The battle raged for hours, the courtyard filled with the clash of steel, the screams of the wounded, and the roar of the flames. The zealots set fire to the house, hoping to smoke us out. As the flames spread, Sarah and I became separated from our allies. We were trapped in a burning room with no way out. "Father, we are going to die," Sarah said, her voice filled with despair. I refused to give up hope. I searched desperately for an escape route, but the room was engulfed in flames. Then I remembered a secret passage that Eleazar had told me about, a hidden tunnel that led from the house to the outside. It was a long shot, but it was our only chance. I found the entrance to the passage behind a bookcase, a narrow opening that was barely wide enough for us to squeeze through. I pushed Sarah through the opening and then followed her into the darkness. The passage was dark and cramped, the air thick with smoke. We crawled through the tunnel for what seemed like an eternity, our lungs burning, our bodies aching. Finally, we reached the end of the passage, a small opening that led to a hidden alleyway. We emerged from the tunnel, gasping for air, our clothes covered in soot. We had escaped the burning house, but the battle was far from over. The zealots had discovered our escape route, and they were waiting for us in the alleyway. We were surrounded with no way out. The zealots closed in, their swords raised, their eyes filled with hatred. "This is the end, Elias," their leader shouted. "You will pay for your sins." Just as they were about to strike, a figure appeared from the shadows, moving with blinding speed and incredible agility. She attacked the zealots with a fury that was unmatched, her blades flashing in the darkness. It was Lilith. I was stunned. I had broken my pact with her. I had renounced her power. I didn't understand why she was helping us. I thought you wanted nothing to do with me, I said, as Lilith dispatched the last of the zealots. Lilith smiled, a cold and enigmatic smile. I may no longer control your soul, Elias, she said, but I still have a vested interest in your survival. Your death would create a power vacuum in Jerusalem, and that would be bad for business. She paused, her eyes fixed on Sarah. Besides, she said, I have grown rather fond of your daughter. She has potential. I didn't like the way she looked at Sarah, the calculating glint in her eyes. I knew that Lilith was not to be trusted, that she always had an ulterior motive. What do you want, Lilith? I asked. I want you to leave Jerusalem, she said. I want you to take your daughter and disappear, never to return. Why? I asked. Because you are a liability, she said. Your presence in Jerusalem is attracting too much attention. The zealots are just the beginning. If you stay here, you will only bring more trouble, not just for yourself, but for me as well. I hesitated. Leaving Jerusalem meant abandoning my allies, surrendering my power and starting over from scratch. But it also meant protecting Sarah from the dangers that lurked in the city, from the zealots, from Lilith, and from my own past. I looked at Sarah, her face pale and exhausted, and I knew what I had to do. We will leave, I said, but on one condition. You must promise to leave us alone, to never interfere in our lives again. Lilith considered my request for a moment. Very well, she said. I promise, but if you ever return to Jerusalem, all bets are off. I nodded. We understand, I said. We gathered our few remaining possessions and prepared to leave the city. We said goodbye to our allies, promising to return someday. As we walked away from the burning house, I looked back at the city of Jerusalem, its walls silhouetted against the dawn sky. I knew that I was leaving behind a part of myself, a part of my soul. But I also knew that I was doing the right thing, that I was protecting Sarah from the darkness that had almost consumed me. We walked away from the city of shadows towards an uncertain future. The zealots' fire had destroyed my home, but it had also purified my soul. The price of protection had been high, but it had been worth it. I was free, at least for now. But I knew that the darkness was always lurking, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim me. The journey was far from over. It was merely beginning. Chapter 6: The Road to Jericho. Leaving Jerusalem felt like shedding a heavy skin. The oppressive atmosphere of the city, the constant fear of betrayal, and the weight of my past actions had been a suffocating burden. As we walked away from the city walls, I felt a sense of lightness, a renewed hope for the future. But I also knew that we were entering a new and uncertain chapter in our lives. We decided to head east, towards Jericho, a city known for its fertile land and its strategic importance. It was a bustling trade center, a melting pot of cultures and religions, and a place where we might be able to find work and rebuild our lives. The road to Jericho was long and arduous, winding through desolate hills and rocky valleys. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the lack of water made the journey even more challenging. We traveled on foot, relying on the kindness of strangers for food and shelter. I tried to shield Sarah from the harsh realities of the road, to protect her from the dangers that lurked in the shadows. But she was no longer a child. She had witnessed too much violence and suffering, and she had developed a resilience and a wisdom beyond her years. We met many interesting people along the way, traveling merchants, wandering pilgrims, and nomadic shepherds. Each had their own story to tell, their own hopes and dreams. I listened to their tales, learning about the different cultures and customs of the region. One evening, as we were camped beside a small stream, we were approached by a group of Roman soldiers. They were patrolling the area, searching for bandits and rebels. The soldiers questioned us about our origins and our destination. I told them that we were travelers, seeking work in Jericho. I tried to be polite and respectful, but I sensed a hostility in their eyes. The Roman Empire held an iron grip on Judea, imposing heavy taxes and suppressing any signs of dissent. The Jewish people resented their rule, and there was a growing sense of unrest in the region. The soldiers searched our belongings, looking for weapons or contraband. They found nothing of interest, but they continued to harass us. "You look like trouble," one of the soldiers said, sneering at me. "I don't like your kind." He grabbed Sarah by the arm, pulling her towards him. "And this little one is quite pretty," he said, his eyes filled with lust. I flew into a rage. I grabbed the soldier by the throat, slamming him against a rock. "Leave her alone," I shouted. The other soldiers drew their swords, surrounding me and Sarah. "You dare attack a Roman soldier," their leader said, his voice filled with anger. "You will pay for this." I knew that we were in serious trouble. We were outnumbered and outmatched, and the Romans were not known for their mercy. Just as they were about to attack, a voice rang out from the shadows. "Stop," the voice commanded. "Leave them alone." A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall and imposing man with a stern face and piercing eyes. He wore a simple tunic, and he carried a staff of polished wood. It was Caleb. I was surprised to see him. I thought he had remained in Jerusalem. "Caleb," I said, my voice filled with confusion. "What are you doing here?" "I have been watching you, Elias," Caleb said. "I knew that you would need my help." He turned to the Roman soldiers, his eyes filled with authority. "These people are under my protection," he said. "Leave them alone and there will be no trouble." The Roman soldiers hesitated. They seemed to recognize Caleb, and they were reluctant to defy him. "Who are you?" their leader asked. "I am Caleb," he said, "a merchant, a traveler, and a friend of Rome." The soldiers exchanged glances. They knew that Caleb was a powerful man, and they didn't want to risk angering him. "Very well," their leader said. "We will leave them alone, but if they cause any trouble, we will be back." The soldiers sheathed their swords and marched away, leaving us alone with Caleb. "Thank you, Caleb," I said. "You saved our lives." "You are welcome, Elias," Caleb said. "I told you that I would always be there for you." I looked at him with suspicion. I didn't trust Caleb. I knew that he had his own agenda, and I suspected that he was not being entirely honest with me. "Why are you helping us, Caleb?" I asked. "What do you want?" Caleb smiled, a knowing and enigmatic smile. "I want to help you, Elias," he said. "I want to guide you on your path. I want to help you fulfill your destiny." "What destiny?" I asked. "The destiny that awaits you in Jericho," Caleb said. "A destiny that will change the course of history." I frowned. I didn't understand what he was talking about. "Come with me," Caleb said. "I will explain everything." We followed Caleb to a hidden cave, located high in the hills overlooking the road to Jericho. The cave was dimly lit by oil lamps, and it was filled with strange artifacts and ancient texts. "This is my sanctuary," Caleb said. "Here I study the secrets of the universe, the mysteries of the past, and the prophecies of the future." He led us to a stone altar, where he placed a scroll covered in strange symbols. "This scroll contains the prophecy of the Messiah," Caleb said. I scoffed. "The Messiah," I said. "You believe in that nonsense." "It is not nonsense, Elias," Caleb said. "The Messiah is coming. He will liberate the Jewish people from Roman rule, and he will establish a new kingdom of peace and justice." "And what does this have to do with me?" I asked. "You are a part of the prophecy, Elias," Caleb said. "You are destined to play a key role in the coming of the Messiah." I laughed. "You are insane, Caleb," I said. "I am just a shepherd, a former thug. I am not a part of any prophecy." "You are more than you think, Elias," Caleb said. "You have the potential to become a great leader, a powerful warrior. You have the strength, the intelligence, and the charisma to inspire others. You are the chosen one." He paused, his eyes fixed on mine. "You are the one who will pave the way for the Messiah," he said. I was speechless. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I don't want to be a part of any prophecy," I said. "I just want to live a quiet life, to protect Sarah and to rebuild our lives." "You cannot escape your destiny, Elias," Caleb said. "It is written in the stars. You are destined to play a role in the coming of the Messiah, whether you like it or not." He looked at Sarah, his eyes filled with admiration. "And your daughter," he said. "She is destined for greatness as well. She will be a key figure in the new kingdom." I didn't like the way he looked at Sarah. I felt a sense of unease, a feeling that he was manipulating us, using us for his own purposes. "I don't trust you, Caleb," I said. "I don't know what you are planning, but I want no part of it." "You have no choice, Elias," Caleb said. "You are already a part of it. You cannot escape your destiny." He smiled a triumphant smile. "Come," he said. "Let us go to Jericho. The time is near." As we continued our journey towards Jericho, I felt a growing sense of dread. I knew that Caleb was leading us into danger, that he had some grand scheme in mind. But I didn't know what it was, and I didn't know how to stop it. The road to Jericho was leading us towards a destiny that I didn't want, a destiny that threatened to consume us all. The peace I had sought after escaping Jerusalem was quickly fading, replaced by a new and terrifying uncertainty. The city of Jericho awaited, and with it, a purpose I feared more than any shadow. Chapter 7: The Walls of Jericho. Jericho shimmered in the distance, a verdant oasis nestled in the arid landscape. Unlike the imposing stone walls of Jerusalem, Jericho's fortifications were made of mud brick, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding earth. Palm trees swayed in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of dates and spices. It appeared to be a city of prosperity and peace, a welcome contrast to the turmoil I had left behind. But I knew that appearances could be deceiving. As we approached the city gates, the guards eyed us with suspicion. Jericho was a strategic prize, coveted by both the Romans and the Jewish rebels. Security was tight, and strangers were scrutinized carefully. Caleb presented a letter of introduction to the guards, a document that seemed to carry significant weight. The guards, after a brief consultation, allowed us to enter the city. The streets of Jericho were bustling with activity, a chaotic mix of merchants hawking their wares, farmers selling their produce, and travelers from all corners of the world. The city was a crossroads of cultures, a place where different languages and customs collided. Caleb led us to a modest inn, located in a quiet corner of the city. He secured a room for us, promising to return later with more information. "Rest here," he said. "I have matters to attend to. I will explain everything tonight." Sarah and I were exhausted from our journey. We gratefully accepted his offer, collapsing onto the straw-filled mattresses. As I lay there trying to rest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I sensed eyes following us, scrutinizing our every move. I knew that Caleb was involved in something dangerous, and I feared that we were being drawn into his web of intrigue. That evening, Caleb returned to the inn, his face grave. "The time is near, Elias," he said. "The pieces are in place. We must prepare for the coming of the Messiah." He explained that he was a member of a secret society, a group of Jewish nationalists who believed that the Messiah would soon arrive to liberate them from Roman rule. They had been planning for this moment for years, gathering weapons, recruiting soldiers, and spreading their message of hope and rebellion. "The Romans are weak," Caleb said. "They are stretched thin, fighting wars on multiple fronts. The Jewish people are ready to rise up and reclaim their freedom. All we need is a spark, a catalyst to ignite the rebellion." He believed that the Messiah would provide that spark, that he would inspire the people to fight for their liberation. "But who is this Messiah?" I asked. "Where is he?" "He is among us," Caleb said. "He is a humble carpenter from Galilee, a man of peace and compassion. But he also possesses a fiery spirit, a determination to fight for justice." He told me that the Messiah was currently gathering his followers in the wilderness, preparing to enter Jerusalem and claim his throne. "Our task is to prepare the way for him," Caleb said, "to create the conditions for his arrival, to weaken the Romans and to inspire the people to support him." He revealed that the secret society was planning an attack on Jericho, a coordinated assault on the Roman garrison. They hoped to capture the city and declare it a free Jewish state, a symbol of resistance against Roman rule. "We need your help, Elias," Caleb said. "You are a skilled warrior, a cunning strategist. You can help us lead the attack." I was hesitant. I didn't want to get involved in another war. I had seen too much violence and suffering, and I longed for a life of peace and tranquility. But I also felt a sense of responsibility. I had a debt to pay, a debt to the Jewish people who had suffered under Roman rule, and I couldn't deny the stirring of something within me, a longing for justice and liberation. "What about Sarah?" I asked. "I don't want to put her in danger." "She will be safe," Caleb said. "We will protect her. She is destined for greatness, Elias. She will play a key role in the new kingdom." I looked at Sarah, her eyes shining with excitement. She seemed to be drawn to Caleb's vision, to his promise of a better future. I knew that I couldn't deny her this opportunity, that I couldn't stand in the way of her destiny. "Very well," I said. "I will help you, but I will not be a puppet. I will fight for what I believe in, and I will protect Sarah at all costs." Caleb smiled. "I expected nothing less, Elias," he said. "Welcome to the revolution." We spent the next few days preparing for the attack on Jericho. Caleb introduced me to the other members of the secret society, a diverse group of men and women from all walks of life. They were united by their hatred of Roman rule and their belief in the coming of the Messiah. I helped them plan the attack, drawing on my past experiences as a warrior and a strategist. We identified the weaknesses in the Roman defenses, and we devised a plan to exploit them. Sarah, meanwhile, immersed herself in the society's activities, learning about their beliefs and their goals. She seemed to be drawn to Caleb's charisma and his vision of a new kingdom. I grew increasingly concerned about her. I felt that Caleb was manipulating her, using her for his own purposes. I tried to warn her, to tell her to be careful, but she wouldn't listen. "Caleb is a good man, Father," she said. "He is fighting for what is right. I want to help him." I knew that I couldn't protect her from everything, that she had to make her own choices. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was making a mistake. The day of the attack finally arrived. The members of the secret society gathered in a hidden location outside the city walls. They were armed with swords, spears, and shields, their faces grim with determination. I led the first wave of attackers, scaling the walls with grappling hooks and ropes. We caught the Roman guards by surprise, quickly overwhelming them and opening the gates for the rest of the rebels. The battle for Jericho raged throughout the night. The streets were filled with the clash of steel, the screams of the wounded, and the roar of the flames. The rebels fought bravely, but the Romans were well trained and well equipped. I fought my way through the streets, cutting down Roman soldiers with my sword. I was driven by a fierce determination to protect Sarah and to liberate the city. As the battle raged, I saw Caleb leading Sarah towards the city center. I tried to follow them, but I was surrounded by Roman soldiers. I fought my way clear, but by the time I reached the city center, Caleb and Sarah were gone. I searched frantically for them, but I couldn't find them anywhere. I feared the worst. The battle for Jericho was a bloody and brutal affair. Many lives were lost on both sides, but in the end, the rebels prevailed. The Roman garrison was defeated, and the city was declared a free Jewish state. But the victory was bittersweet. I had helped to liberate Jericho, but I had lost Sarah in the process. I searched for her for days, questioning everyone I could find, but no one had seen her. I began to despair. I feared that she had been captured by the Romans or worse. Then one evening I received a message. It was from Caleb. "Meet me at the oasis outside the city walls," the message said. "I have something to show you." I hesitated. I didn't trust Caleb, but I had to see him. I had to find out what had happened to Sarah. I traveled to the oasis, my heart pounding with apprehension. As I approached, I saw Caleb standing beside a small pool of water. Beside him stood Sarah. She was alive, but she was no longer the innocent girl I had once known. She looked older, wiser, and more powerful. She was wearing a white robe, and she carried a staff of polished wood. Her eyes shone with an inner light. "Sarah," I said, my voice filled with relief. "What is happening? Where have you been?" Sarah smiled. "I have found my destiny, Father," she said. "I am the Messiah." My world shattered. The walls of Jericho had fallen, but the foundations of my reality had crumbled as well. Chapter 8: The False Messiah. The words hung in the air, heavy and absurd. I am the Messiah. My own daughter, Sarah, standing before me, transformed, radiating a power I couldn't comprehend, claiming to be the savior of our people. The world tilted on its axis, and the blood roared in my ears. "No," I said, my voice a strangled whisper. "That's impossible. Caleb, what have you done?" Caleb stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "I have guided her, Elias," he said. "I have shown her the path. She is the chosen one, the one who will lead us to freedom." "She's a child," I protested. "She's just a girl. You've manipulated her, filled her head with lies." "She is more than you know," Caleb said. "She possesses a power that has been dormant for centuries. She is the embodiment of the divine feminine, the one who will restore balance to the world." I looked at Sarah, searching for a sign that she was still the daughter I knew and loved. But her eyes were distant, her expression serene and otherworldly. It was as if she were no longer connected to this world. "Sarah," I pleaded, "tell me this isn't true. Tell me you haven't fallen for his lies." She looked at me with a mixture of pity and affection. "I am sorry, Father," she said, "but this is my destiny. I must embrace it." "Destiny," I scoffed. "This is madness. This is a perversion of everything we believe in." I turned to Caleb, my anger reaching a boiling point. "You will pay for this," I said. "You will not use my daughter to achieve your twisted ambitions." I lunged at him, but Sarah stepped in front of me, raising her hand. A surge of energy emanated from her, throwing me back several feet. I landed on the ground, stunned and disoriented. I couldn't believe what had just happened. Sarah, my daughter, had used her power against me. "You cannot harm him, Father," she said. "He is my guide, my mentor. He is helping me fulfill my destiny." I struggled to my feet, my body aching. I realized that I was no match for her, that she possessed a power that I could not overcome. "What do you want?" I asked Caleb, my voice trembling with rage and despair. "What is your plan?" "My plan is to liberate the Jewish people from Roman rule," he said. "To establish a new kingdom of peace and justice, and Sarah will be the one to lead us." He explained that he intended to use Sarah's power to inspire the people, to unite them under her banner, and to drive the Romans out of Judea. She will perform miracles, she will heal the sick, she will raise the dead, Caleb said. The people will flock to her, they will worship her, and they will follow her into battle. I was horrified. He was turning my daughter into a weapon, a symbol of rebellion, a pawn in his political game. You can't do this, I said. You're putting her life in danger. The Romans will stop at nothing to crush this rebellion. She is protected, Caleb said. She is blessed by the divine. No harm will come to her. I knew that he was wrong. The Romans were ruthless. They would not hesitate to kill a child, even a child who claimed to be the Messiah. I won't let you do this, I said. I will stop you. You can't stop me, Elias, Caleb said. This is bigger than you. This is the will of God. He gestured to Sarah, and she nodded in agreement. I must go, Father, she said. I have a destiny to fulfill. I hope you will understand. She turned and walked away, following Caleb towards the city of Jericho. I watched them go, my heart breaking. I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't let Caleb use my daughter for his own purposes. I had to save her, even if it meant risking my own life. I decided to seek help from the Sanhedrin, the Jewish council in Jerusalem. They were the highest religious authority in Judea, and they had the power to condemn false prophets and to suppress religious movements. I knew that they would be skeptical of my story, that they would likely dismiss me as a madman, but I had to try. Sarah's life was at stake. I traveled back to Jerusalem, a journey that felt longer and more arduous than ever before. The city was still scarred from the Roman siege, and the atmosphere was tense and kalpuden, inus. I found Elias, the old scholar, and told him everything that had happened. He listened patiently, his eyes filled with concern. Caleb has always been a dangerous man, Elias said. He is a charismatic leader, but he is also a fanatic. He is willing to do anything to achieve his goals. He agreed to help me, but he warned me that the Sanhedrin was a corrupt and politically motivated body. They are more concerned with maintaining their own power than with protecting the Jewish people, Elias said. They may not be willing to help you. We approached the Sanhedrin with caution, presenting our case to the council of elders. They listened to our story with skepticism and disdain. You are claiming that a young girl is the Messiah, one of the elders said, his voice filled with disbelief. This is absurd. The Messiah will be a powerful warrior, a king who will lead us to victory against the Romans. This girl is a puppet of a dangerous fanatic, I said. Caleb is using her to incite rebellion. He is putting her life in danger. We have heard rumors of this Caleb, another elder said. He is a known troublemaker, a leader of radical nationalists, but we have no evidence that he is a threat to the Jewish people. He is a threat to everything we believe in, I said. He is perverting our religion, exploiting our faith. You must stop him before it is too late. The Sanhedrin debated our case for hours, their voices rising in anger and disagreement. Finally, they reached a decision. We find no evidence of wrongdoing, their leader said. We believe that this Caleb is simply a misguided patriot. We will not interfere. I was devastated. The Sanhedrin had refused to help us. They were more concerned with maintaining the status quo than with protecting Sarah. You are making a mistake, I said. You will regret this. I left the council chamber, my heart filled with despair. I had failed to convince them. I had failed to protect Sarah. As I walked through the streets of Jerusalem, I felt a presence watching me. I turned and saw Lilith, standing in the shadows. I heard about your little problem, she said, her voice dripping with amusement. It seems your daughter has become quite the celebrity. I glared at her. Stay away from her, I said. She's none of your concern. Oh, but she is, Lilith said. She possesses a power that is very intriguing. I may have to pay her a visit. If you harm her, I said, I will make you regret it. Lilith laughed. You can't harm me, Elias, she said. You are powerless. She vanished into the shadows, leaving me alone with my fear. I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't rely on anyone else. I had to save Sarah myself. I decided to return to Jericho, to confront Caleb and to rescue my daughter. I knew that it would be a dangerous mission, but I was willing to risk everything to protect her. The false Messiah had risen, and I was the only one who could stop her. But standing against destiny itself felt like an impossible task. Chapter 9: Jericho's Embrace. The return to Jericho was like stepping back into a dream, or rather, a nightmare. The city, now liberated from Roman rule, throbbed with a feverish energy. Banners bearing Sarah's image fluttered from every rooftop, and her name was on everyone's lips. She was no longer just my daughter. She was a symbol, a deity, a hope for the future etched onto the faces of the desperate. The atmosphere was thick with religious fervor. People spoke of miracles, of healings, of prophecies fulfilled. They saw Sarah as the fulfillment of ancient promises, the one who would usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. Caleb had orchestrated it perfectly, weaving a tapestry of faith and fanaticism that was difficult to unravel. I moved through the city like a ghost, unseen and unnoticed. I avoided the main thoroughfares, sticking to the shadows and alleyways, gathering information about Sarah's whereabouts. It was surprisingly easy to find. She was holding court in the old Roman governor's palace, now transformed into a temple dedicated to her divinity. The palace was heavily guarded, surrounded by zealous followers who would gladly die for their Messiah. Getting close to Sarah would be a challenge, but I was determined to try. I spent several days observing the palace, studying the guards, routines, and searching for a weakness in their defenses. I learned that Caleb was Sarah's constant companion, her advisor and protector. He was the one who controlled access to her, the gatekeeper to her divinity. I knew that I had to confront Caleb, to expose his lies and to rescue Sarah from his clutches. But I also knew that he was a dangerous man, surrounded by loyal followers. I needed a plan, a strategy to overcome his defenses. I sought out some of my old contacts in Jericho, those who had remained loyal to me even after I had abandoned the city. They were wary of me at first, suspicious of my motives. But when I explained my situation, When I told them about Caleb's manipulation of Sarah, they agreed to help. They provided me with information, weapons, and disguises. They helped me infiltrate the palace, guiding me through secret passages and hidden tunnels. Finally, the night arrived when I was ready to confront Caleb. I donned a disguise, a simple robe that would allow me to blend in with the pilgrims who flocked to the palace. I armed myself with a dagger, hidden beneath my robe. I approached the palace gates, my heart pounding in my chest. The guards scrutinized me carefully, but my disguise held. They allowed me to pass through, and I entered the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with people, pilgrims from all over Judea, come to seek Sarah's blessing. They knelt and prayed, their faces filled with devotion. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the sound of chanting. I made my way through the crowd towards the palace entrance. The entrance was guarded by Caleb's personal guards, elite warriors who were utterly loyal to him. I knew that I couldn't pass them without a fight. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation. Just as I was about to make my move, I saw Sarah emerge from the palace, surrounded by her entourage. She was dressed in a magnificent robe, adorned with gold and jewels. Her face was serene and radiant, her eyes filled with an otherworldly light. The crowd erupted in cheers, hailing her as their Messiah. Sarah smiled and waved, acknowledging their devotion. I couldn't believe my eyes. She had fully embraced her role as the Messiah. She seemed to genuinely believe in her own divinity. I hesitated, unsure of what to do. I had come to rescue her to expose Caleb's lies, but now I wasn't sure if that was even possible. Sarah's eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw a flicker of recognition in her face. But then her expression changed, becoming cold and distant. She turned away, ignoring me, and continued to greet her followers. I was devastated. She had rejected me, her own father. She had chosen Caleb and his lies over me. I felt a surge of anger, a burning desire to confront Caleb and to expose his deception. I pushed my way through the crowd, towards Sarah and Caleb. "Sarah," I shouted, "it's me, your father, please listen to me." The guard stepped in front of me, blocking my path. "You are not worthy to approach the Messiah," one of them said. "Leave now or face the consequences." I ignored him, pushing past him and reaching for Sarah. "Sarah, please," I pleaded. "Don't you recognize me?" Caleb stepped forward, his eyes filled with fury. "Seize him," he commanded. "He is a heretic, a blasphemer. He must be punished." The guards grabbed me, dragging me away from Sarah. "Sarah, help me," I cried. "They're going to kill me." Sarah watched me, her expression unreadable. She didn't say a word, didn't lift a finger to help me. The guards dragged me out of the palace, throwing me into the street. The crowd jeered and spat at me, calling me a heretic and a traitor. I lay on the ground, bruised and battered, my heart broken. I had failed to reach Sarah. I had failed to expose Caleb's lies. I was alone, with no one to turn to. As I lay there, defeated and despairing, I felt a hand reach down and help me to my feet. I looked up and saw Lilith standing over me. "Well, well, well," she said, her voice dripping with amusement. It seems your little rescue mission didn't go quite as planned. I glared at her. What do you want? I asked. I came to offer you a deal, she said. I don't make deals with demons, I said. Suit yourself, she said, shrugging her shoulders. But if you want to save your daughter, you're going to need my help. I hesitated. I didn't trust Lilith, but I was desperate. What kind of deal? I asked. I want something in return, she said. Something that only you can give me. What is it? I asked. Lilith smiled. I want your soul, she said. My heart sank. I knew that she would ask for something like that. I can't do that, I said. I've already made that mistake once. Then your daughter is doomed, she said. Caleb is using her, twisting her, turning her into something she's not. If you don't stop him, she will be lost forever. I struggled with my conscience. I didn't want to sacrifice my soul, but I couldn't let Sarah be destroyed. What do I have to do? I asked. Lilith smiled. I will tell you everything, she said. But first, you must make a promise. You must swear to obey my every command, to do whatever I ask, no matter how difficult or dangerous. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I promise, I said. Lilith smiled. Good, she said. Then let us begin. Jericho had embraced Sarah, but it had rejected me. Now, my only hope lay in the embrace of a demon. The irony was almost unbearable. Chapter 10. The Demon's Bargain. Lilith's presence was a chilling comfort, a dark promise whispered in the chaos of my despair. I knew I was making a pact with damnation, but Sarah's face, lost and manipulated, burned in my mind. I had to act, and Lilith, with her unnerving power and unsettling agenda, was my only option. What do you want me to do? I asked, the words heavy with resignation. Lilith's smile widened, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Caleb is a skilled manipulator, but he is not invincible, she said. He has weaknesses, vulnerabilities that we can exploit. She explained that Caleb drew his power from a sacred amulet, an ancient artifact that he wore around his neck. The amulet was said to be a conduit for divine energy, the source of his charisma and his ability to control Sarah. If we can destroy the amulet, we can break Caleb's hold on Sarah, Lilith said. But it will not be easy. The amulet is protected by powerful magic, and Caleb is always on guard. She revealed that the amulet could only be destroyed by a specific ritual, a complex incantation performed under a precise alignment of the stars. The ritual required a rare herb, a flower that only bloomed on the night of the new moon in a hidden grove outside Jericho. You must retrieve the flower, perform the ritual, and destroy the amulet, Lilith said. Only then can you save Sarah. The task seemed impossible. I was just a shepherd, a former thug. I had no knowledge of magic, no experience with rituals, but I couldn't give up. Sarah's life depended on it. How will I find this flower? I asked. How will I perform the ritual? Lilith smiled. I will guide you, she said. I will teach you everything you need to know, but you must trust me, you must obey my every command. She instructed me to gather certain ingredients, to prepare specific potions, and to learn the ancient incantations. The knowledge was overwhelming, a torrent of information that threatened to drown me. But Lilith was patient, guiding me step by step, pushing me to the limits of my abilities. I spent days and nights in secret, practicing the rituals, learning the spells, and preparing for the confrontation with Caleb. Lilith was a demanding teacher, pushing me to the brink of exhaustion, but I knew that I couldn't fail. Sarah's fate hung in the balance. As the night of the new moon approached, I felt a growing sense of apprehension. I was about to embark on a dangerous mission, a confrontation with a powerful enemy. I knew that I might not survive. I sought out Elias, the old scholar, and told him about my pact with Lilith. He was horrified, warning me about the dangers of dealing with demons. "You are playing a dangerous game, Elias," he said. "Lilith is not to be trusted. She will use you, manipulate you, and ultimately destroy you." "I know the risks," I said, "but I have no choice. I must save Sarah." Elias sighed. "I cannot condone your actions," he said, "but I will pray for you. May God have mercy on your soul." On the night of the new moon, I ventured into the wilderness outside Jericho. Lilith guided me to a hidden grove, a secluded sanctuary where the rare flower bloomed. The grove was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the hooting of owls. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. I found the flower, a delicate bloom with petals as white as snow. I carefully plucked it from the stem, feeling a surge of energy coursing through my veins. I returned to my hiding place, a deserted ruin outside the city walls. I prepared the ritual, arranging the ingredients according to Lilith's instructions. As the moon reached its darkest point, I began to chant the ancient incantation. The words were foreign and strange, but I spoke them with conviction, channeling all my energy into the ritual. The air crackled with power and the ground began to tremble. A dark energy swirled around me, threatening to consume me. I continued to chant, my voice growing louder and more intense. I felt Lilith's presence beside me, guiding me, strengthening me. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me, blocking the moonlight. It was Caleb, his eyes blazing with fury. "You dare defy me," he shouted, his voice filled with rage. "You will pay for this treachery." He lunged at me, his hand outstretched, ready to strike. I dodged his attack, drawing my dagger and lunging at him. We fought fiercely, our blades clashing in the darkness. Caleb was a skilled warrior, but I was fueled by desperation and Lilith's power. I managed to land a blow, striking Caleb in the arm. He cried out in pain, stumbling backward. I seized the opportunity, grabbing the amulet around his neck and tearing it from his grasp. The amulet pulsed with energy, radiating a blinding light. I held it aloft, chanting the final words of the ritual. The amulet shattered, its power dissipating into the night. Caleb screamed, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing. With the amulet destroyed, Caleb's hold over Sarah was broken. I rushed to the palace, determined to find her and bring her home. But when I arrived, I found the palace in chaos. Sarah's followers were in disarray, their faith shaken by Caleb's downfall. I searched for Sarah, calling her name, but she was nowhere to be found. Then I saw her. She was standing on the balcony, gazing out at the city. Her eyes were empty, her expression blank. "Sarah," I said, my voice filled with hope. "It's me, your father. I've come to take you home." She turned to me, her eyes widening with recognition. "Father," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, it's me," I said. "I've saved you from Caleb. You're free now." She shook her head. "I don't understand," she said. "What's happening?" I rushed to her side, embracing her tightly. "It's okay," I said. "Everything is going to be all right." But as I held her in my arms, I felt a chill run down my spine. I sensed a presence behind me, a dark and malevolent force. I turned around and saw Lilith, standing in the doorway. "You have fulfilled your part of the bargain," she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Now it's time for me to collect my reward." She smiled, her eyes fixed on Sarah. "I think I'll take her soul instead," Lilith said. "A false messiah is a far more valuable prize." The demon's bargain had come due, and Sarah was the payment. The victory over Caleb was hollow, a stepping stone to a far greater despair. Chapter 11: The Soul's Reckoning. Lilith's words struck me like a physical blow. The relief of rescuing Sarah, the fleeting hope that had flickered within me, was extinguished in an instant. I had traded my soul to save my daughter, only to find that the demon intended to claim her instead. "No," I roared, pushing Sarah behind me. "You made a deal with me. You won't touch her." Lilith chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "A deal can be renegotiated, Elias," she purred. "And I find that a Messiah's soul is far more appealing than that of a washed-up shepherd." Sarah, still disoriented and struggling to grasp the situation, clung to my arm. "Father, what's happening? Who is she?" "Stay behind me, Sarah," I said, my voice low and urgent. "She's dangerous." Lilith advanced, her eyes fixed on Sarah. "Such potential, wasted on blind faith and empty promises," she said. "Imagine the power we could wield together, the influence we could command." I knew I couldn't fight her. I had seen her power firsthand, her ability to manipulate reality, to bend the forces of nature to her will. But I couldn't surrender Sarah, not after everything I had done to save her. "Get away from her," I shouted, grabbing a nearby candelabra and brandishing it like a weapon. Lilith merely laughed, waving her hand dismissively. The candelabra flew from my grasp, clattering against the wall. "Such futile resistance," she said. "You cannot protect her, Elias. Her destiny is far greater than you can comprehend." She reached out toward Sarah, her fingers twitching with anticipation. Just as she was about to touch her, a voice rang out from the shadows. "Leave her alone, Lilith." Eleazar stepped forward, his face grim, his eyes filled with determination. He clutched a worn, leather-bound book in his hands, chanting words in a language I didn't understand. Lilith recoiled, hissing like a cornered cat. "Eleazar," she spat, "you meddling old fool, what do you think you can do to stop me?" "I may not be able to defeat you, Lilith," Eleazar said, "but I can delay you. I can give Elias and Sarah a chance to escape." He continued chanting, his voice growing louder and more intense. A circle of light formed around him, shimmering with ancient symbols. Lilith glared at him, her face contorted with rage. "You will regret this, Elazar," she snarled. "You will suffer for your defiance." She turned her attention back to me and Sarah. "Take her and run, Elias," Elazar shouted. "I will hold her off as long as I can." I didn't hesitate. I grabbed Sarah's hand and fled the palace, Elazar's chanting echoing behind us. We ran through the streets of Jericho, pursued by Lilith's dark energy. The city, once a symbol of hope and liberation, now felt like a trap. We reached the city gates, but they were guarded by Sarah's former followers, their faces filled with confusion and uncertainty. "Stop," one of them shouted. "Where are you going? What's happening?" "We have to leave," I said. "Lilith is after Sarah. She wants to steal her soul." The guards hesitated, unsure of what to believe. "Don't listen to him," a voice shouted from behind us. Lilith appeared, her eyes blazing with fury. "He is a liar, a traitor," she said. "He is trying to deceive you. Seize him and his daughter. They are enemies of the people." The guards turned against us, drawing their swords. We were surrounded, with no way out. Just when I thought all hope was lost, a familiar figure appeared from the shadows. "Get out of the way," Caleb shouted, pushing through the crowd. "I will deal with them." I couldn't believe my eyes. Caleb, whom I had thought defeated, was back, but he was different. The amulet was gone, and the charisma that had once radiated from him was replaced by a haunted, hollow look. "Caleb, what are you doing?" I asked. "I thought you were on Lilith's side." "I was a fool," he said, his voice filled with remorse. "I was blinded by ambition, by a desire for power. I used Sarah for my own purposes, and I almost destroyed her." He turned to Sarah, his eyes filled with regret. "I am sorry, Sarah," he said. "I have failed you, but I will do everything I can to make amends." He drew his sword and charged at the guards, fighting with a ferocity I had never seen before. He cleared a path for us, urging us to escape. "Go," he shouted. "Get out of Jericho. I will hold them off." I hesitated, unsure of whether to trust him, but I knew that we had no other choice. "Thank you, Caleb," I said. "I won't forget this." I grabbed Sarah's hand and fled through the gates, leaving Caleb to face Lilith and her followers alone. We ran into the wilderness, not stopping until we were far away from Jericho. We were exhausted, wounded, and heartbroken, but we were alive. We found a secluded cave and collapsed inside, our bodies aching, our spirits broken. Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. "What's happening, Father?" she asked. "Why is everyone trying to hurt me?" I took her in my arms, holding her tight. "It's okay, Sarah," I said. "I will protect you. I won't let anyone harm you." I knew that I had to find a way to defeat Lilith, to break her hold on Sarah and to save her soul. But I was just a shepherd, a former thug. I had no power, no influence, no hope. But then I remembered something. Elazar had told me about a hidden sanctuary, a place where the forces of good could gather strength. It was a place of peace and tranquility, a haven from the darkness. "I know where we have to go," I said. There is a place where we can find help, a place where we can find hope. I took Sarah's hand and we set off into the wilderness towards the hidden sanctuary. The soul's reckoning was upon us, and the path ahead was fraught with peril. But I would not falter. I would fight for Sarah, even if it meant facing the devil himself. Chapter 12. The Sanctuary of Whispers. The journey to the sanctuary was a pilgrimage through despair. We were hunted, both by Lilith's demonic forces and the remnants of Sarah's disillusioned followers who now saw her as a false prophet. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through us. We traveled by night, guided by the stars and the faint whispers of hope that Elazar had instilled in me. Sarah, still reeling from the revelation of Caleb's deceit and Lilith's true intentions, was withdrawn and silent. The radiant Messiah had been stripped bare, revealing a scared and vulnerable young woman. I tried to comfort her, to reassure her that everything would be all right, but I knew that I was lying. I had no idea what awaited us at the sanctuary, no guarantee that we would find the help we desperately needed. After days of relentless travel, we finally reached our destination. The sanctuary was nestled in a hidden valley, shrouded in mist and surrounded by towering cliffs. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, a haven of peace and tranquility in a world consumed by chaos. The entrance to the sanctuary was hidden behind a waterfall, a shimmering curtain of water that concealed a narrow passage leading into the valley. As we stepped through the waterfall, we felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The air, W-A-S Chinese letter, and invigorating, filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of bird song. The valley was lush and green, a stark contrast to the arid landscape we had traversed. A crystal-clear stream flowed through the center of the valley, and wildflowers carpeted the meadows. In the distance, we could see a cluster of simple stone buildings, the heart of the sanctuary. As we approached the buildings, we were greeted by a group of monks, their faces serene and their eyes filled with compassion. They wore simple robes and carried wooden staffs, their presence exuding an aura of peace and tranquility. "Welcome, travelers," one of the monks said, his voice gentle and soothing. "We have been expecting you. Elazar has told us of your plight." He led us to a simple dwelling, where we were offered food and shelter. We gratefully accepted their hospitality, exhausted and relieved to have finally found sanctuary. The monks explained that the sanctuary was a place of refuge for those seeking solace and healing. It was a place where the forces of good gathered strength, a haven from the darkness that was spreading through the world. They told us that they had been aware of Lilith's activities for some time, that they had been watching her manipulate Caleb and corrupt Sarah. They had been waiting for us, knowing that we would eventually seek their help. "We cannot defeat Lilith directly," one of the monks said. "She is too powerful, but we can help you find the strength within yourself to overcome her." They explained that Sarah possessed a unique power, a connection to the divine feminine that could be used to counteract Lilith's influence. But Sarah had to embrace that power, to believe in herself and her own ability to do good. The monks began to work with Sarah, guiding her through meditation and prayer, helping her to reconnect with her inner strength. They taught her about the importance of compassion, forgiveness, and self-belief. Slowly, Sarah began to heal. She started to regain her confidence, to remember the values that had guided her before Caleb had manipulated her. She realized that she had been wrong to embrace the role of Messiah, that she had been misled by false promises and empty ambitions. As Sarah healed, I began to heal as well. The monks helped me to confront my own demons, to forgive myself for my past mistakes, and to find peace within myself. I learned that I couldn't protect Sarah from everything, that she had to make her own choices. But I could support her, encourage her, and guide her on her path. As we spent time in the sanctuary, we felt a growing sense of hope. We realized that we were not alone, that there were forces of good in the world that were fighting against the darkness. One day, as Sarah was meditating in the garden, she had a vision. She saw Lilith, surrounded by darkness, plotting to destroy the sanctuary. "She's coming," Sarah said, her voice filled with urgency. "She knows where we are. She's going to attack." The monks gathered together, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. They knew that they couldn't defeat Lilith, but they were determined to defend the sanctuary. "We must protect this place," one of the monks said. "It is a beacon of hope in a world consumed by darkness. We cannot allow Lilith to extinguish its light." I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't stand by and watch as Lilith destroyed the sanctuary and everything it stood for. I approached Sarah, taking her hand. "We have to face her, Sarah," I said. "We can't run anymore." Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with fear. "But she's too powerful, Father," she said. "We can't defeat her." "We may not be able to defeat her," I said, "but we can stand up to her. We can show her that we are not afraid. And maybe, just maybe, we can find a way to stop her." Sarah hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'm ready," she said. "I'm ready to face Lilith." We joined the monks, preparing for the battle that was to come. The sanctuary of whispers had given us respite and healing. Now we had to defend it, and in doing so, perhaps finally find redemption. The time for running was over. The time for standing was at hand. Chapter 13. The Valley Ablaze. The attack came as the sun began to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the valley. A wave of darkness rolled over the sanctuary, chilling the air and silencing the birdsong. The monks gathered in the center of the valley, chanting prayers and preparing for battle. Sarah and I stood beside them, our hearts pounding in our chests. Then they appeared, a horde of demonic creatures, their eyes burning with malice, their bodies twisted and grotesque. They were led by Lilith, her form radiating an aura of immense power. "So you thought you could hide from me in this pathetic little sanctuary," she sneered, her voice echoing through the valley. "You were wrong. I will crush this place and everything in it." She raised her hand, and the demonic creatures surged forward, attacking the monks. The battle was fierce and brutal. The monks fought bravely, wielding their wooden staffs as weapons, chanting prayers to ward off the demonic forces. But they were outnumbered and outmatched. I fought alongside the monks, swinging my sword with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed. I was driven by a burning desire to protect Sarah. to defend the sanctuary, and to avenge the suffering that Lilith had caused. Sarah stood beside me, her eyes closed, her hands outstretched. She was channeling her power, creating a shield of light that protected us from the demonic onslaught. But the demonic creatures were relentless. They clawed and bit, their sharp teeth tearing at our flesh. The monks began to fall, their bodies riddled with wounds. Lilith watched the battle with amusement, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You cannot defeat me," she said. "I am too powerful. I am immortal." I knew that she was right. We were losing. The sanctuary was about to fall. Then Sarah stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. "I will not let you destroy this place," she said, her voice filled with power. "I will not let you harm these people." She raised her hands, channeling all her energy into a single, focused beam of light. The beam struck Lilith, knocking her back several feet. Lilith screamed, her body writhing in pain. "You cannot hurt me," she shrieked. "I am immune to your pathetic little powers." But Sarah didn't stop. She continued to channel her energy, focusing her power on Lilith. The beam of light grew stronger and brighter, burning away the darkness that surrounded her. Lilith began to weaken. Her form flickered and wavered, her power diminishing. "No," she screamed. "This cannot be. I am Lilith. I am immortal." But Sarah didn't waver. She continued to focus her power, her determination unwavering. Finally, with a final surge of energy, Sarah unleashed a devastating blast of light. The blast struck Lilith, engulfing her in a blinding explosion. When the light faded, Lilith was gone. The demonic creatures, deprived of their leader, scattered and fled, disappearing into the shadows. The battle was over. The sanctuary was safe. The monks gathered around Sarah, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. "You have saved us," one of them said. "You have defeated Lilith." Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. "We did it, Father," she said. "We saved them." I embraced her tightly, my heart overflowing with pride. "You did it, Sarah," I said. "You are the one who saved us all." But our victory was bittersweet. The sanctuary had been ravaged by the battle. Many monks had been killed, their bodies lying scattered across the valley. We spent the next few days tending to the wounded, burying the dead, and rebuilding the sanctuary. The monks were heartbroken, but they were also resilient. They knew that they had to carry on, to continue to provide a haven for those seeking solace and healing. As we prepared to leave the sanctuary, the head monk approached us, his face solemn. "You have done a great service to the world," he said, "but your journey is not yet over." He explained that Lilith was not truly dead. She had been banished, but she would eventually return. "The darkness is always lurking," he said. "It is always waiting for an opportunity to reclaim the world. You must remain vigilant. You must be prepared to fight." He gave Sarah a gift, a simple wooden staff carved with ancient symbols. "This staff will help you to channel your power," he said. "It will protect you from the darkness." He gave me a gift as well, a small leather-bound book filled with prayers and incantations. "This book will guide you on your path," he said. "It will give you strength and courage." We thanked the monks for their help and guidance. promising to heed their warning. We knew that our journey was far from over, that the battle against the darkness would continue for the rest of our lives. As we walked away from the sanctuary, I looked back at the valley, now scarred and blackened by the battle. But even in the midst of the destruction, I could see signs of new life emerging. Wildflowers were already blooming in the meadows, and birds were beginning to sing in the trees. The sanctuary had been tested, but it had not been broken. It remained a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of good. As we continued our journey, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I knew that I couldn't protect Sarah from all the dangers of the world, but I could teach her to protect herself. I could teach her to use her power for good, to stand up for what she believed in, and to never give up hope. We traveled for many weeks, wandering through the wilderness, helping those in need, and spreading the message of hope and compassion. We encountered many people who had been affected by Lilith's influence, people who had lost their faith, their hope, and their will to live. We shared our story with them, telling them about our struggles, our failures, and our triumphs. We showed them that it was possible to overcome the darkness, to find strength in the face of adversity, and to create a better world. Slowly, we began to gather a following. People were drawn to Sarah's compassion and her unwavering faith. They saw her as a symbol of hope, a beacon of light in a world consumed by darkness. We traveled from village to village, preaching our message of love and forgiveness. We performed miracles, healing the sick, comforting the afflicted, and inspiring the hopeless. Our movement grew, attracting people from all walks of life. We were no longer just a father and daughter, wandering through the wilderness. We were a community, united by our shared belief in the power of good. But as our movement grew, we also attracted the attention of our enemies. Rumors of our activities reached the ears of the Roman authorities, who saw us as a threat to their power. They sent soldiers to arrest us, to crush our rebellion. But we were ready for them. We had learned to defend ourselves, to protect our community, and to stand up for what we believed in. We fought bravely, but we were outnumbered and outmatched. Many of our followers were killed, and we were forced to flee. We retreated to the mountains, where we established a hidden community, a place where we could live in peace and practice our beliefs without fear of persecution. We lived in the mountains for many years, building a thriving community, raising families, and spreading our message of hope and compassion. Sarah grew into a strong and wise leader, guiding our community with compassion and justice. She continued to perform miracles, inspiring people to believe in the power of good. I grew old, but I never lost my faith in Sarah. I knew that she was destined for greatness, that she would continue to inspire generations to come. One day, as I was sitting on a mountaintop, watching the sunset, I had a vision. I saw Sarah standing before a vast crowd, preaching a message of love and forgiveness. I knew that the time had come for her to leave the mountains, to return to the world and share her message with all of humanity. I called Sarah to my side, telling her about my vision. She listened intently, her eyes filled with determination. "I am ready, Father," she said. "I am ready to face the world." I smiled. knowing that she was prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. We gathered our community together, telling them that Sarah was about to embark on a new journey. They were sad to see her go, but they understood that she had a higher calling. Sarah said goodbye to her friends and family, promising to never forget them. She embraced me one last time, her eyes filled with love and gratitude. "Thank you, Father," she said, "for everything." She turned and walked away, towards the setting sun, ready to face her destiny. I watched her go, my heart filled with pride and sadness. I knew that I would never see her again. But I also knew that she would never be forgotten. Her message of love and forgiveness would live on forever, inspiring generations to come. The valley had blazed, but from the ashes, a new hope had been kindled. And though my journey was nearing its end, hers was just beginning. Chapter 14, the Sermon on the Mount. Sarah's departure from our mountain sanctuary marked the beginning of a new chapter, not just in her life, but in the history of our world. I watched her descend the slopes, a lone figure silhouetted against the dawn, knowing that she carried within her the power to change everything. I knew my time was short, but the peace I felt in knowing she was finally embracing her true purpose was overwhelming. News trickled back to our mountain community, carried by travelers and whispered on the wind. Sarah, no longer the manipulated pawn of Caleb or the tormented victim of Lilith, was traveling throughout Galilee, preaching a message of love, forgiveness, and compassion. She gathered followers, not through forced obedience or fear-mongering, but through the genuine power of her words and the undeniable miracles she performed. She healed the sick, not as a display of divine power, but as an act of genuine empathy and care. She fed the hungry, not with magical abundance, but by inspiring generosity and sharing what little resources were available. She comforted the grieving, not with empty platitudes, but with genuine understanding and heartfelt sorrow. Her message resonated with the common people, the downtrodden and oppressed who had suffered under the weight of Roman rule and the hypocrisy of religious authorities. They saw in her a hope for a better future, a promise of a world where love and compassion reigned supreme. Her fame grew, attracting followers from all walks of life: fishermen, farmers, tax collectors, even Roman soldiers. She didn't discriminate, welcoming all who came to her with open arms. She taught them to love their enemies, to forgive those who wronged them, and to treat others as they would like to be treated themselves. One day, a messenger arrived at our mountain sanctuary, bearing an invitation from Sarah. She was planning to deliver a major sermon, a declaration of her beliefs and her vision for the future. She wanted me to be there, to witness her moment of triumph. Despite my failing health, I knew that I had to go. I had to see Sarah one last time, to witness the culmination of her journey. I journeyed to the designated location, a gently sloping hillside overlooking the Sea of Galilee. A vast crowd had gathered, eager to hear Sarah speak. The air was thick with anticipation, a sense that something extraordinary was about to happen. I found a spot near the back of the crowd, leaning heavily on my staff. I watched as Sarah ascended the hillside, her face radiant, her eyes filled with compassion. She began to speak, her voice clear and resonant, carrying to every corner of the hillside. She spoke of love, forgiveness, and compassion. She spoke of the importance of treating others with kindness and respect. She spoke of a new kingdom, a kingdom not of earthly power and dominion, but of the heart. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, she said. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Her words were simple, yet profound. They resonated with the deepest longings of the human heart. They offered a vision of hope, a promise of a better future. She spoke of turning the other cheek, of going the extra mile, of loving your enemies. She challenged the traditional interpretations of Jewish law, emphasizing the importance of love and compassion over rigid adherence to rules and regulations. You have heard that it was said, eye for eye and tooth for tooth, she said. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also in compassion. As she spoke, I felt a surge of pride and joy. I knew that she had found her true calling, that she was fulfilling her destiny. She was no longer the manipulated puppet of Caleb or the tormented victim of Lilith. She was a powerful leader, a beacon of hope, a force for good in the world. But I also felt a sense of unease. I knew that her message would not be welcomed by everyone. The religious authorities, threatened by her challenge to their authority, would likely see her as a dangerous heretic. The Roman rulers, fearful of her growing popularity, would likely see her as a threat to their power. I knew that her journey would not be easy, that she would face many challenges and hardships. But I also knew that she was strong, that she was resilient, and that she would never give up hope. As she concluded her sermon, the crowd erupted in applause, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. They flocked to her, eager to touch her, to hear her words of wisdom. I watched her from the back of the crowd, my heart overflowing with love and pride. I knew that this would be the last time I would see her. My time was near. I turned and walked away, leaving her to face her destiny. I knew that she was ready. The Sermon on the Mount had been delivered. The seeds of a new world had been planted. And though the path ahead would be fraught with peril, the promise of a better future had been offered to all who were willing to believe. My life was drawing to a close, but hers was just beginning. And in that, I found my final peace. Chapter 15, The Shepherd's Passing. The walk back to the mountain sanctuary was slow and labored. My body, weakened by age and hardship, protested with every step, but my spirit was at peace. I had witnessed Sarah's triumph, and I knew that she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. My task was complete. I reached the sanctuary just as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the valley. The monks greeted me with warmth and compassion, sensing that my time was near. They led me to a simple room where I lay down on a straw-filled mattress. I closed my eyes, feeling the familiar comfort of the sanctuary wash over me. The monks gathered around me, chanting prayers and offering words of comfort. I drifted in and out of consciousness, reliving memories of my life, my childhood in the village, my marriage to Miriam, the birth of Sarah, the loss of our flock, Miriam's death, my pact with Lilith, Sarah's transformation into the Messiah, our escape from Jericho, our time in the sanctuary, and Sarah's sermon on the Mount. My life had been filled with both joy and sorrow, with both triumph and tragedy. I had made many mistakes, but I had also done some good. I had loved, I had lost, and I had learned. As my life ebbed away, I felt a sense of gratitude for the opportunities I had been given. I was grateful for the love of my family, for the friendship of the monks, and for the chance to witness Sarah's greatness. I knew that I was about to die, but I was not afraid. I had made my peace with God, and I was ready to face whatever awaited me in the afterlife. Suddenly, I felt a presence in the room. I opened my eyes and saw Elias standing beside my bed. "Elias," he said, his voice gentle and soothing, "it is time." I smiled. "I am ready, Elias," I said. He took my hand, his touch warm and comforting. "You have lived a good life, Elias," he said. "You have made many mistakes, but you have also learned from them. You have loved, you have lost, and you have forgiven. You have earned your rest." He closed his eyes and began to chant a prayer in Hebrew. I listened to his words, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. As he chanted, I saw a vision. I saw Sarah standing on a mountaintop surrounded by a vast crowd. She was preaching a message of love, forgiveness, and compassion. Her face was radiant, her eyes filled with hope. I knew that she would continue to spread her message long after I was gone. Her words would inspire generations to come. Her legacy would endure for eternity. I smiled, feeling a sense of contentment I had never known before. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. And then I died. My spirit rose from my body, soaring above the sanctuary, above the mountains, above the earth. I felt a sense of freedom, a release from the burdens of my mortal existence. I looked down at the earth, seeing Sarah standing on the mountaintop, her face radiant, her voice strong and clear. I knew that she would be all right. She was strong, she was wise, and she was loved. She would continue to spread her message of hope and compassion, inspiring generations to come. I soared higher and higher, towards the light, towards the heavens, towards my final destination. The shepherd had passed, his earthly journey complete, but his legacy, and more importantly, Sarah's, would live on, a testament to the enduring power of love and forgiveness. And as I faded into the light, I knew that in the grand tapestry of existence, my thread, however flawed, had contributed to something beautiful. Epilogue: Seeds of a New Kingdom. The news of Elias' passing reached Sarah shortly after his death. Though grief struck her deeply, she knew she could not falter. The world needed her message more than ever. Sarah continued her ministry, traveling throughout Galilee and beyond, drawing ever larger crowds. Her teachings, though rooted in Jewish tradition, transcended religious boundaries, appealing to all who yearned for a more just and compassionate world. She faced opposition from the religious authorities, who accused her of heresy and blasphemy. They plotted against her, seeking to silence her voice and to discredit her message. She also faced opposition from the Roman rulers, who feared her growing popularity and saw her as a threat to their power. They conspired to arrest her, to imprison her, and to silence her forever. Despite the dangers she faced, Sarah refused to compromise her message. She continued to preach love, forgiveness, and compassion, even to her enemies. Her teachings had a profound impact on the world. They inspired countless people to live lives of love and service, to fight for justice and equality, and to create a better future for all. Her followers formed communities based on her teachings, sharing their possessions, caring for the poor and the needy, and working for peace and justice. These communities spread throughout the Roman Empire and beyond, carrying her message to all corners of the world. Even after her death, her teachings continued to inspire people. Her words were written down, preserved, and passed down from generation to generation. Her message of love, forgiveness, and compassion became a cornerstone of Western civilization, influencing art, literature, music, and law. Centuries later, her teachings continue to inspire people around the world, offering a vision of hope for a future where love and compassion reign supreme. And so, the story of Sarah, the false Messiah turned true prophet, continues to resonate, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity, to embrace love, and to transform the world. The shepherd's daughter, touched by darkness but ultimately embracing the light, left an indelible mark on history. Her message echoed through the ages, a reminder that even in the face of despair, hope, compassion, and love can always prevail. Her legacy, a testament to the enduring power of good, forever altered the course of humanity. The end.